Just a little bit. How you doing today? How you doing today? I'm gonna have to leave here soon. Having a piece of furniture taken to the dump today, and they didn't tell me that it was going to be today. So I gotta leave here at like 9:30 so I can get home, take the thing apart. I sent you a very important link on Facebook. You working today? Yeah. Ain't no one else here except for you, Ram. Nice. I spent $3 grand on a TV for someone last night. That doctor, man, he's just like, yeah, just buy me whatever. Buy me the best thing. Okay. You're gonna play Arc Raiders this weekend? Or Fallout? All right, I'll be right back. Yeah, no, you should never do that. No morning. What is that? Is that you? You gonna answer my question? Yes or no?
Take it apart. Woke me up this morning.
Which one is this?
The old one.
Then why? I thought you threw it out.
In a garbage can. It woke me up.
Outside. You threw it in the garbage can outside.
No, I did it inside before. I don't want walkers going by.
I'm gonna throw it out. Why do you need this? They replaced it.
I wanted you to take it apart. I was gonna drive over it with the car, and it's like, well, no, it's a battery in there. It's got.
I'm just gonna throw it out. I don't understand. Why you didn't put it in the garbage can outside? When you got it back over a week ago, Mom.
I know.
Why didn't you put it in the garbage right away?
Because I wasn't putting garbage out this last week. I didn't want walkers going by going, what's that?
Right in the garbage can. Right from here. All the way in.
Good for you.
Yes.
Thank
you. You're welcome. I don't know why you didn't just throw it out to begin with. Who gives a shit if it's making weird sounds?
I don't have walkers coming on my door.
Why would they be pounding on your door?
Because it says smoke alarm. They wouldn't listen to the rest of the wording. Put it in my...
Good morning. That is a plus side for you.
You put a bottle of water in here?
No, why would I do that?
Don't you fill your mug up in the water morning?
No, I don't have a mug that I fill up. So it's out of water. How long has it been out of water?
I noticed it yesterday.
Because I've told you multiple times, when it gets empty, and if it stays empty, it damages the machine.
Oh, you weren't here to put it in yesterday.
Was it empty on Wednesday? And you just didn't tell me.
Not that I know of. Because I got water out of it twice.
Like, you need to start checking this every single time.
I can't see it when it gets to the bottom.
If you can't see the water, that means it's empty, Mom.
No, when it gets to that ridge, it's really hard. I'll have to load the shaking. Why are you doing well? So maybe I could just go home.
You're just making weird choices. Like, you had garbage and you just kept it in your house. You could have brought it here, put it in the dumpster here. You got options. There's a giant dumpster at the park. You could have just taken it there and thrown it in the dumpster there.
You never thought of that.
Yeah, clearly you thought of one thing. Making sure it didn't make weird noises for people who might be walking by your house. It's the only thing you thought of.
Yeah.
And I've been complaining about you not telling us about the water for like 10 years. So, get that together. Because that one's simple. After you get water, shake it. Right?
I shake it before. After. No, I shake it before.
Nothing from Amazon yesterday? For the sign out and everything?
I didn't make a sign.
Why not?
I don't know how to do Spanish.
It didn't need to be in Spanish. We had this conversation. I said, just make a sign and put it out there.
Well, Amazon knows how knows none. Because it did the last time.
You realize that we get a different driver every day, right?
No.
Did you leave the door unlocked up front?
No, I didn't know you was at your desk. Go to your bathroom.
It's after 9. I have to leave at 9:30 to go take apart that bed. And someone's coming to pick it up today. Picking everything up. Good morning, Poorly.
You're a word you said.
I said I have to leave at 9:30. I have to go take that bed apart and get it outside. Someone's coming to pick it up.
Oh, you got a buyer?
No. We're paying to have someone pick it up and destroy it.
Why don't you do it before work?
I can't control when people are available.
Well, someone's helping you take it apart?
No, I'm taking it apart myself.
Then why couldn't you do it before work?
Because I didn't know the person was going to be available to pick it up today. Why didn't you think of that and tell me before I came into work? That's my point.
Yeah, but if you made arrangements, they would have told you, right?
I made arrangements and they communicated to me with this morning. After I got to work.
That was nice.
Yeah. I'm gonna go by that now. Mom, hey, you're doing fine.
No, I should start my day. It's like, damn. Didn't realize that when I took my bag and it beeped and it would go off again.
Yeah.
Not 2 weeks later.
I don't know why you held on to it for even that long. You knew it was garbage.
It was going to go in the garbage this coming week when I had a full garbage can. I only take my garbage out when it's full. It's half full now.
You know that they get paid the same regardless, right?
Yeah.
So just put it down there.
I make it worth a while. It's heavy.
They hate
Open
that.
up, they get the aroma of cat litter. Let's see now. I think I gave you one message.
How many calls was it yesterday? 1?
Ooh.
Well, that's a terrible day.
And what did he want to do? His power button wasn't working. He wouldn't tell me what was on. He wanted if we could sell him the wire so he could try and fix it.
Nope.
I says, no, you got to bring it in for us to look at. Well, how much is that going to cost me? I said, $125.
For us to look at it?
No, I told him $35 at the counter. And you take it in. That rolls into the $125 that we charge. I don't think he was interested. I figured you knew what the other lady was talking about.
I haven't looked at anything.
Oh, please.
I've been working and driving. And yesterday I started at 6:30 and I didn't get home till like 9:30.
That's my problem because?
It's not your problem. I'm just letting you know.
We have such animated discussions. And maybe sometime today, I can log onto my computer and see what's causing my problem. I didn't do anything. I'm just sitting there and it happened. That's like,
So more than likely, your monitor is in duplicate instead of extend.
how did it get there if I didn't touch anything?
You turn your monitor off all the time.
Yeah, I turned that one off. Yeah, why leave it on? I just leave it on the
Yeah, it's on duplicate. Now it's on extend.
how did
Hello.
Hey, thank you, Lee. I'm getting there. What is RE9? Good morning. Never heard of it. Yeah, never heard of that. Is that like an RPG or something? Never heard of it. You know, that is a great question. All right, I created the channel. I mean, they're not wrong, are they? In case you guys missed it, I'm going to have to leave here in about probably like 15 minutes. I have to go take apart a bed frame for someone to pick up. And then I'll be back. Yeah, basically. Yeah, but it's just temporary. I'll be back. Here in the meantime, you guys get to watch what I'm watching. People keep talking about this RE9. I just don't get it. I don't know what RE is. You keep saying words, but I don't understand it. I don't know what that is. Is that like some sci-fi franchise or something like that? Like a book series? Is it like Star Wars? Something like that? Oh, more like Star Trek? Oh, is it those J.R. Tolkien movies? Is that what you guys are talking about? I heard those are pretty good. They made decent movies out of those. Directed by Patrick Stewart, right? Hi, Emily. It was John Goodman. Like, you're talking about the guy from the AC guy, right? Like with the room temperature room. That's this dude, right? Yeah, this guy. This is what made this guy famous. I don't know what Roseanne is. Is that like a rotisserie chicken thing? Yeah, this dude. This dude. Well, I literally have one computer to work on. So, all right, Angeline, here you go. This is reinstall Windows 11. Got to order parts for a build. Yeah, this is what this person is famous for, is this specific character on this specific TV show. I don't know what y'all are talking about. But yeah, he's the one who directed the J.R. Tolkien books that this whatever Resident whatever you guys are talking about. Oh, are you guys talking about Resident Alien with Alan Tudyk? What? Yeah, it's just spinning. It needs to be reinstalled.
Can I close it, clean it?
It's a brand new laptop. Just reinstall Windows so we can get it back to him.
Done.
I don't think you need to clean it.
Well, screws off it.
Okay.
But I can reinstall with that circle still going?
Yes. Reinstall Windows.
Going and going and going. You gotta charge your money.
TV show Roseanne.
Don't you remember Roseanne?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, it was a real controversial TV show.
Was it?
She hit up. Big mouth.
She had a big mouth, you were saying?
And Gal played her sister. Like they worked off of each other.
Oh, that's fun. Was that like on Netflix or something? Was that like a Netflix TV show?
That was before Netflix. That was a regular.
It was like an internet. It was like an internet comedy or something.
No. It was a regular.
I'm saying. So. Oh, it's Coneheads. Roseanne is the show with the dudes with the head, the big pointy things. That's Roseanne, right?
Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, it's Sunhead. Yeah. I gotcha. So that is what. That's what Evil Residence is. It's not a doctor show. I thought it was a doctor show. Evil Residence. I get it. I get it. Lee, why didn't you just tell me it was like a show like ER? I would have been okay. They made a video game based off of the ER TV show. I got it. I got it all the way. I promise. Files to upload to the server.
They'll be killing. A game like that, they'll be killing patients constantly.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just going with the line of thought that the chat has here.
Better have a talk with someone in chat.
It's right there in the name, ER. What are you talking about? Yes, it is direct. It was direct. The video game was directed by John Goodman, who's the AC guy from Community, who cooks rotisserie chicken from a company named Roseanne. You following?
Didn't John Goodman die?
No, John Goodman's still alive.
I thought there was a good one.
Chris Farley died.
I don't know if it's real.
You don't know Chris Farley, but you. Yeah. No, John Goodman's still alive. He randomly pops up in like TV shows and movies and just like kills it.
He's still big.
He lost a little bit of weight, but not like all of it. Look, I grew up.
Did you really?
I grew up idolizing Renee O'Connor. Okay. So you can say anything you want about that TV show. Yeah, Lucy Lawless was like mid, but like Renee O'Connor was where it was at.
What show?
Xena? Huh?
Don't know.
You watched the hell out of this show. Xena Warrior Princess? Yeah, as soon as I say the whole name, you're like, oh yeah! She had the little spinny thing that she threw.
Where's the power to that?
It's USB-C.
Here it is. Did you ever follow the Epstein scandal?
It's still happening, yeah.
I know. I just read something about it. It's like, holy shit.
You were very unaware of this?
Yeah.
That's what Trump's been trying to hide for the past 2 years. The fact that he was basically running that whole thing with Epstein. Yeah. Completely exonerated. Yeah, okay, buddy. Anyways, let's stop talking about this. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
What is this? Pokemon Winds and Waves? What is this? I have to turn this audio off because I gotta go do this thing, but I also don't want to get demanded. Oh, is this the second part of the Japanese game or whatever? Can't remember what it was called. Arceus Legends? Okay. I'm excited for a new Pokemon game. As long as it is more back to what we originally had, like not the Legends game. The Legend game was like I just finished it. It was very mid. Like I very much prefer the turn-based to the action RPG style. Hey, we got new starters. Oh, you get to go underwater? $2027, so I gotta wait a year? Unbelievable. Yeah, yeah, I'll be back. Wow.
I need some guidance.
What's the guidance you need?
It won't install Windows.
Because
A red circle keeps coming back.
what little red circle?
I mean, red blue circle.
Right, that means you're not getting into your boot disk.
I'm trying to get to my boot disk. I can't get there. It gives me a black screen with the circle. all
So
the
you're
time.
turning it off. You're getting the boot menu.
I can't get to the boot menu.
Why not? What's the boot number? What's the boot for
F12.
Lenovo?
On Lenovo here it says FN.
Pretty sure it's escape. You got to get to the boot menu before you say it won't let you do it, Mom.
I'm trying to.
Oh, I got to get moving. All right. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Probably about an hour. I got to go take apart a bed frame. So, what do you guys want? You guys want to listen to some music? You guys want to watch some replays? What do you want? Nah, you pick. Jeez. All right, you guys are getting replays. So at least that way it looks like something. I already answered that question, Emily. Why don't we do gaming PC builds? things to look at when you're actively cleaning a computer. Now this looks real bad, but there's a reason for that. I have 3 dogs, and I got this computer home 6 months ago. So we are going to see what 6 months, excuse me, of having this computer in a house with dogs looks like. And there's no filter on the bottom, there's no filter on the top. That's one of the things that I removed, just don't like them. But yeah, I mean, you can already see right here along the bottom, you can see all the dust that's built up. So let me get my compressor on and we'll go from there. Hey, thanks for checking out this video. If you like these videos, make sure you hit the like button. If you want to see more videos like this, hit the subscribe button. It really, really helps the channel. All right, so one of the things that I did, I made that when I was building this computer originally. This is a drain. Like, simply, first and foremost, it's just a piece of tube and a 90 so that when I stand this thing up, I can drain the water from it. So the main reason that you'd want to drain the water from this loop is for what I'm about to do. I need to lift the main cooling plate off of this. All right, so take the top off. You can see, like, that's 6 months. Basic non-stop use. All right, stand this up. There's a screw there we need to remove. Yeah, we have a screw right here we need to remove. Moving this front panel off. There you can see it's just dust. Just dusty. Do I recommend using a computer without a filter? No. There's my filter that I completely forgot to put on, but you know, this gives me some content. So let's talk about where you can see how much water. This loop was completely full when I first put it together. Like, I made sure it was as topped as I physically could, and you can see just by looking at that, like, there is a giant bubble in there now where you have a little bit of an evaporative process. These things are, well, yes, being they are watertight, it is one of those situations where it some of the water goes away. Anyways, let's talk about where dust ended up building up on this. So first and foremost, we had dust build up over here, and it just happens to be a place where on this motherboard we're gonna have some buildup, so I need to be aware of that. The back of the video card, you can see there's a lot of dust because when I turn it off, everything that would theoretically be moving up just kind of fell back down. There's not a huge amount of dust buildup down here. Well, yes, there is some. Like, it's not super bad. There is dust all along the bottom of this guy. I'm not going to lift it up to show you, but yeah. And then inside this, which is my main radiator, there is dust stuck up here. Let me see if you're actually wrong, Emily. I don't think we're going to be able to see in here. So yeah, we can't really see in there. You know what? Screw it. I'll just go up here. That button. Flip this in a way that it's not really intended. But you can see inside of the fans that there is just a plethora of dust. Right. That out of there, that is my standoff. Now, let's Let's start emptying this loop. Come on. Here we go. This is going to be a pain in the butt. The reason you're wrong, Emily, is because water is used to, like, much more efficiently cool components that are hot than just air. That's how you're wrong. Just because your laptop has a fan doesn't make it better than a full water loop in a large computer like this. All right. So now that that's open, you can see instantly this fogged up because we've removed the tight seal inside of here, and we're gonna empty it into this. We're gonna have to do this in one motion. All right. So this thing is still vacuum locked. So we're gonna need to take the back off. That off. Back, same as the front. Should just lift off here. Go. The joys of owning a custom water loop. So, the reason that this isn't emptying right now, you guys really can't see this at all. So right now you can see this is not emptying. And the reason for that is it has what's called a vacuum lock. The air physically can't get in there to let the water out. So what we need to do is we just crack one of these other fittings. Just terrible to get to. One of the lovely things about a custom loop like this not having enough room to do stuff because you have pipes running everywhere. There are different ways to do this. This is just the way I choose to do it. What I'm doing is I'm loosening a fitting at the top of my loop, and then we're going to see do that. There it goes. And depending on how much or how little I open the screw on the top, the controls how quickly this water comes out. So all right, so now we have it partially empty. We're just gonna move it around a little bit so you get more water in there, or more air, excuse me, because this tube still has water in it. And they are right next to each other. Which was a easier way. Yeah, well, that's everything. If something, that's like saying if something goes wrong with my car, then I'll have to fix everything. So, like I said, we still have a little bit of water in this. And there's going to be a bunch of water in that radiator. Another thing that you can do that a lot of people end up doing with these is you get some soft tubing and you get another fitting like I just put on there. And then once you have the soft tubing on there, you just pressurize it. I only have one radiator. All right, let's get this video card out. I wish this camera was like that one where I could just focus it. But it cannot. $30.90. I'm gonna get this blown out real quick, get it cleaned off. Just simple, just start with get the surface dust off, and then we're gonna actually blow it out. Had a moth die in my computer. That's unfortunate for them. All right. So because of what I'm doing here, we're gonna use this camera for a little bit. Come on over here. Get as close as I can. All right, so I have to remove this contact frame. And the reason I need to remove this contact frame is because I need to put this replacement part in it. Our CPU cooling block is about to be removed. I'm trying to figure out the best way to actually accomplish this. Put this back in here. We need to leave that out because that's how I'm going to refill this. All right, Emily. So we're going to need like just a bunch of room to actively move around in here. Set these off to the side. You guys can see a little bit. So now I need to, these things are actually like more tight than I can actually turn at this point. They've been sitting for a little bit. So we're gonna use a pair of pliers. But we're gonna modify them slightly so that I don't damage the actual screws that are holding this stuff down. Because these are designed to just go finger tight. So we're just gonna take some electrical tape. See, we're gonna wrap it around the teeth on this thing. Because I need to order a set of silicone pliers at some point, and I just haven't yet. So that way you can grab things like fittings, and you can still make some positive contact on them without damaging the threads. So now we have that. It's nice and soft. We're just going to grab this, squeeze, and we're going to twist. All we need to do is break them free just a little bit. Yeah. Should be all I need to do. And now, start unscrewing. It'll be tough to get to. So much fun. Almost there. I use distilled water, but it's from the machine the water dispenser that I have here. So slightly different. And then I just add a chemical to it. All right, so that's moved. See here. Move the water out. Get this wire out of the way. Let's see, I don't know if I'm going to be able to move this thing very far, so I'm probably going to have to undo these. It's just fine. Crack these fittings. Contact frame off of there. Getting close.
You have to tell us.
We're about to get a bunch of water everywhere. And everybody knows how well water and electronic components go together. Really wish the anodized coating on these things was a little bit better. That should be generally as much as I need to do this. This should get me to where I need to go. Yeah. All right, so work on that plate and get to it from the back. So, first and foremost, let's that thermal paste off of there. Easier to clean the thermal paste while it's still physically like here. We're gonna get the last of the thermal paste off of the actual copper plate. And now we are going to remove our CPU. Gently set that over there. All right, we are putting contact frame on there. Be very careful. Because once we get the contact frame that's on there off, and threading in, fuck. Just dropping with the screws. Goes. Now let's get that off of there. Then we're no longer going to be using thermal paste on this. We're using some of these contact sheets. So much alcohol. Now, thank you for subscribing. The easiest way to do this is definitely when the computer is laying down, but here we go. Now, we need to use the bolts that Thermal Grizzly provided. Definitely like a different thread pitch. Are these magnetic? They're not. So, now get in there. We just need to start getting these screws threaded in. And once we start that process, it'll be a little bit easier. So right now I'm only going to go finger tight. I'm not going to put any torque on them. That is finger tight. And we'll do the opposite corner. Now, the thing that you have to keep in mind with these is that if you over tighten them, they can flex the board, which is bad. If you under tighten them, the IHS can make improper contact, so that when you put on something like a plate like this, you end up with hot spots. And we'll get to the contact sheets when I get there. So you have to be able to tighten them equally. And the best way to do that is with something that does inch pounds, which I don't have. Well, I do, it's just not here. Should have brought it with me. Okay, so now I am going to tighten each of these until the wrench gives me like stopping resistance, meaning that it's as tight as it will go, and should be good. So then after we do that, we're going to put the wrench in each one and pull a half turn. Or I throw the wrench one or the other. Yes, this tubing comes in multiple materials. This is acrylic, what these are made out of. They also come in PETG, other materials that I can't think of right now. I think there's vinyl tubing as well. That's on there. Next. Come on. Difficult. That is up. From some of that water I was talking about. See on my hand. And there we go. So, like I said, we're not going to be using thermal paste with that. We're going to be using contact sheets, which are thermal sheets that look like this. And what they do, is there any way to test the PCIe slot? You can just swap different cards into it. That's about it. I mean, there are testers out there that you can purchase, but they're kind of expensive if you're just testing one thing. Just try plugging different things into it. If you get the same result, that's the easiest way to tell. So what these are is they are a thermal material that instead of being spread are basically they're 3D printed layer by layer, and then it is printed in a vertical axis, so that as each layer is applied, like the actual material itself is stacked vertically, so you can transfer heat instead of having to go through some weird winding path. It goes from bottom to top pretty directly. The interesting thing about these is that when these start getting warm, they turn into very similar to thermal paste. So I'm gonna have to reduce the size of this a little bit, because otherwise this thing is gonna be completely massive. So I need to cut this. cut this down a little bit. We're going to, just gonna go. What we're gonna do is we're gonna cut a little bit off on one side. Yeah, so as the temperature on this rises, then the material changes its alignment. And when it changes its alignment, it starts transferring the heat. You can buy these sheets in different thicknesses and different physical sizes. So I just cut it down a little bit to better match our CPU. And we'll do this in a second. So these sheets can be used on just about any application. So let's set this off to the side. I need to lay this down, which means I'm going to take this drain out carefully. We're going to lean this just a little bit. Off to the side, we're going to replug this. I just put the wrong one in there. That should be it. That's what happened. Okay. Sitting there like, why isn't this threading? There we go. That's better. There we go. That's a much more positive feeling. Get that nice and tight because we're not going to be doing anything else with that. We don't want to leak there. And then now we're just going to tilt that up so that when I lay this down, which is what I'm about to do, we have a lot less chance of getting water places it's not supposed to be. And then we're going to put some fresh water in this after we do go ahead and blow this out. That. And before we can do like a huge amount of like just sending it, we're going to need to verify this heat plate is actually on there fine. All right. Now over there. This. 1, 2, 3. Then we can get in here with this, get this lined up. And then after we have it lined up, we will get this plate on there. All right. The big thing that's difficult with this is these are not, they're not sticky, they're not adhesive. So when you get it in there, I'll top you real quick. You mainly are gonna need to get it in there nice and tight. Line it up, make sure it's covering the whole plate. So you see how it's covering the whole CPU. So then once we have that kind of confirmed and make sure it's not one side of the IHS is not making contact, and we can come in place with this. Line up these guys. Start threading these in.
Go ahead and move this back slightly so you can see what I'm doing. Tighten them across here. Make sure that they are tightened equally on each side. Three. Now we are at a point where we're doing this. There we go. Just need to be careful. Make sure we're not getting any water out of the bottom of this. Over the top. Got a little bit of drippage there. Crazy. Now I'm going to thread this guy back in. And same as before, use our modified wrench here. Very gentle with it. I'm going to do this side as well. I need to put a little bit more tape on this. I think I'm going to order a set of those things this weekend. The silicone pliers. That's fun that that just came off of there. Yeah, and like I was saying, these can be used on just about any application. There is not really a reason not to. If you have access to them, they work great. Good there. Good here. It's good. All right, so now let's do a little bit of maintenance because we got lots of dust. We're going to start off by doing some blowing, and then we'll use our vacuum and our fan to clean it up the rest of the way. So let's switch scenes to that. Okay. That was fun. Next, vacuum cleaner, brush. Yes, that is we're gonna use vacuum cleaner and a brush. Yeah, that's unfortunately what happens when you have, 3 dogs. You get a lot of dust. All right, here we go. Let's lay it down so you guys can see it. You guys can see what I'm doing and where I'm doing it. Unfortunately, a little bit of dog stuff here. A wee bit of fur coming out that side. All right. So, now, what's better? Yeah, these rim brushes are like just a couple bucks. Just go down to any O'Reilly's, they have them there. They're awesome. I said O'Reilly's. They are lug nut brushes by a company called Viking. Okay. Okay. All right. What we're gonna do now, we're gonna start refilling this loop. And then we'll finish cleaning out kind of the rest of the stuff that goes in here. So we're gonna switch cameras yet again. Get in there. And you may ask, oh, how do you go ahead and refill your loop? Fill my loop with this. And one of the things that I'm going to do, I'm going to go out here, we're going to make sure that we don't have any water. And that's just standing water. And then we're going to fill it just like that. So from the back. So let's go ahead and start putting some nice chilled water in here. Fill up this reservoir. Not the fastest method of doing this, no. Distilled water, I am using I'm using spring water and then adding an antimicrobial to it. Just needs a couple drops. Like I said, I'm allergic to one of my dogs because he has very, very fine dander. So every time I clean this thing, I gotta sneeze. Thank you. And as far as how much it takes, no clue. It takes until it's full. It'll stop eventually, I promise. We're gonna fill that up to there. We're gonna take our cap. We're gonna put this back on there. What we're gonna do is we are very carefully, we're gonna give us power so that we can spin the pumps and circulate a little bit of water through this. There we go. And then basically, that's it. We are still airlocked over there, but that was it. We circulated some water through the loop. We're going to take this off. We're going to add a little bit more water. Yes. So here's the thing. When you're filling a loop, you never want, you don't want to just leave it open the first time because the bubbles are violent when they leave. And when you have violent bubbles, it creates splashing. And the last thing you want to do is splash water onto electronics. Crazy, I know. Same deal, we're gonna put this up here. We're gonna slightly tighten it. then we are going to, once again, go, got bubbles. Right now we are a little bit airlocked. We have a bubble here. Tighten that down a little bit. Rotate this. On again. Yeah, more bubbles. Off. We're just gonna keep doing this. Thank you. As you like, back here is what we're looking at. You can see it basically forcing water out, like air out every time I do it, and then it equalizes. And what we want to do, is get that semi-tight, and we're going to tilt. As you see right now, we have a bubble here, which we want to get up into the radiator. Go. Just going to keep doing that. Back a little bit. Forward a little bit. Basically, what we want to do is we want to have agitate this enough that so the thing is that ice blue is just like the default color, or not the default color. It is part of a theme that I was running for Cyberpunk. So parts of it are bright yellow, parts of it are like bright blue. All right. You see another group of bubbles move. There we go. Eventually, what I'll do is I'll get a vacuum pump. This is mine, yes. Eventually, I'm going to get a vacuum pump. And then I will modify one of these fittings to actually, like, this is just your regular, the fitting that goes onto this guy. I will modify it so that I can just pull a vacuum on this and just pull all the air out. No video card water block. And the reason for that is because when I was building this, the water block for my video card, which is a 3090, was $600. And I ain't about to do that. They're cheaper now, but like, I'll just wait. I will wait for the 40 series or the 50 series water blocks to come out. And then I will do a 50 series or a 60 series. It just wasn't financially worth it. Just put it like that. All right, we're gonna do something crazy. Down. Yeah, now they're cheap. So I would be able to go, instead of doing this, which comes up here and goes directly in, it would go from here to the GPU, and then from the GPU into here. Or I would add another radiator to the bottom, because in my opinion, cooling this is more important than cooling the video card, just because of what I do. But I could go from here down into a radiator down here, then come out of the radiator into the video card, then out of the video card into this, or I would come out of here into the video card, out of the video card, then into the radiator, then out of the radiator into the cooler. Yeah, there's so many different ways to do it. Go, constantly moving the bubbles around. Up again, you can see we constantly have a bubble just sitting right there. Make sure this is tightened down all the way. Try and get that bubble out of there. Woo. Let me turn this off. I just had water, a drop of water. Drop right onto the power cord. Where's that coming from? That is coming from there. So we need to turn this off, figure out if that water got anywhere else. Let's get our memory back in here. I am going to put the video card back in here. Just cracked my glass, and I need to get into Windows, and I need to pump. Basically, I need to crank our pump speed up to 100%. And we're going to add more water. And before we forget, we're going to add 4 drops of this. Also, I just need to see what our temperatures are at. All right, and then this is my anti-sag block. It's just a 3D printed little Corsair thing that I did. That's directly on top of these Lee & Lee fans. Reminds me I need to find what I did with the little triangle that was here. Something happened to it. Up to the bottom of something. I need to put that back on. Up on the floor. It's here somewhere. Big All right, so now I had to take the time and find where the heck I put that frickin'.
Where did it go?
Thank you for following. I feel like it hit the floor at some point and I just didn't catch it. Yeah, we just had this conversation, buddy. I found it. Weird place. Make sure another one didn't fall off. Yeah, so it's the anti-vibration pad for this. They don't serve any purpose except for reducing the amount of vibrations that are felt throughout the computer. Man, this adhesive on this one is just dead. All right, so when we put this back in here, we got to make sure not to over tighten it so it pulls through. Now, that's I'm going to check our BIOS here. I'm going to see what our temperatures are at and make sure they're not just rocketing out of control. This is where we hope we didn't kill my computer with that little bit of water that got on it. It should be fine. There's some more bubbles. Any day now. Booting into Windows. Maybe. Because if that slot on that motherboard is just dead now, I won't be finding anything out. We're going to go to the UEFI. We're going to look at temperatures and stuff. Let's get into the EFI menu. So, CPU temperature is 37. Seems to be fine. Before, it was 46. Was my average temperature. Now, we just need to get this last slot working. Use a tiny little brush, IPA, and I'm gonna try and just clean this out as best I can. I mean, there should be no reason that this is actually a problem. It was just working. Clean all these pins. Came out pretty clean. Yeah, if this doesn't work, I'm going to Yeah, there's a jumper right down here that I've pressed multiple times. You know, did the press and hold thing. And it definitely didn't help. No way that worked. No way that worked. No way. I am in disbelief. Just cranking the plate down more. Yeah. Oh, you weren't the one that suggested it. Mr. Biggs was. Oh, now it's reading as 3,600. Cool. See, this number's bothering me right now. Because we were at 34 before. This pump also isn't ripping. Yeah, he did. It was probably right before you hopped in here. He's like, maybe you need to tighten the plate more. All right, let's keep adding. Nope. There could be an air bubble in there. Yeah, there definitely could be an air bubble in there, which is it's definitely possible. Moving it around here will help. I still need to add the antifungal, and I need to add more water. Gremlins. What are we doing here? What are we doing? Are you just realizing you have more memory? Or are you crashing now? I think it's crashing now. $51. 76. Yeah, I think it's crashing now. But then again, it could just be that thing it was doing before. I'm going to leave it for a second. Where it's going to reset back to 2000. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. We'll let this do whatever it's going to do. I mean, the memory is still reading incorrectly, but let's move this around again. Yeah, it's not even finger tight. Lucky all the water didn't just come pouring out. Yeah. Yep. That's, again, I didn't have... All right. So, the top of this... down in there. So, the top of this... right here, as you can see, not even finger tight. This comes right off. She's full. Well, let me pick up the rest of this water. Use that. We're actually going to use paper towel. Make sure we got it all. Try and put this in here. It's difficult to get to where it is. This is what I was looking for. This is for this reservoir. It's just a key that fits into these, and then you can turn them much easier. So we got that one, and I'm gonna also do this one. Yeah, there we go. All right, let's find out if we kill my system now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, we're gonna set this XMP profile on. We're gonna see what happens down here. This really doesn't like bending past 90 degrees. 7F 00 12 28. If it goes back to 00, it's not going to load. 76. Oh no, it's not going to load this. Pretty sure it just reset. Let's find out. Yeah, it's still loading at 2000. So here's what we're gonna do. We're going to do CPU memory test. We're gonna do a 15-minute stress test. See, this is what I'm interested in right here, is these temperatures. Not bad. There's an air bubble trapped inside the pump. I can hear it. It's awesome. These temperatures are about 10 degrees lower than where they were previously, which is crazy. Well, it's not just the thermal pad. You got to remember, it's also the it's the thermal pad plus the bracket. So, all right, so in here with proper fans, like we're not getting anywhere near that 100 we were seeing. So we're seeing better temperatures. We are seeing more stable temperatures. My fluctuations aren't going crazy all over the place. And it's unfortunately it's still not reading this right. It's 4800 instead of 64. I'm wondering if one of the sticks is actually going bad. You know? That would be my luck. I want to thank everyone for hanging out with me today, going through this. Make a nice little, hopefully a nice little video. You guys kind of go through that process. I'm going to make a short out of me blowing out those fans. And you guys get to see a little bit of insight into what I'm doing here. Wearing a glove, what it does to your hands. Okay, that's my normal hand. Let's put this back to the way it should be. Now we're just going to let this test finish, and then we're going to watch the color of these drop significantly. So I have to do this every 6 months now. So it's fun. All right, I'm out of here, guys. Thank you again so much for hanging out, watching, going through this with me. We'll see you guys next week. Bye.
Hey, thanks for watching that video. If you liked that video, make sure you hit the like button. If you want to see more videos like this, make sure you hit the subscribe button. And I stream daily on Twitch at twitch.tv/SpecVengeance. And yeah, if you want to learn more about my services, check out Bradenton PC Repair.com. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Okay, so we have ourselves a build here. We got ourselves a Ryzen 9 7950X, a Kraken Elite 360 RGB. Jeez, wake up, brain. We got an NZXT N7 B650E motherboard, which, if I remember right, these are made by ASRock. I'm trying to remember who actually makes them. We have an XFX, it's an RX 7900 XTX, 32 gigs, DDR5, this is 6000 CL16. Got some cable extensions. We have 5 of the NZXT fans, all 140, so they're a little bit larger than normal. Got a Samsung Evo 990 Pro 2 terabyte SSD. We have an RM750 power supply, and all of that is going into a Height Y60. Hey, thanks for checking out this video. If you like these videos, make sure you hit the like button. If you want to see more videos like this, hit the subscribe button. It really, really helps the channel. All right, first things first, let's go ahead and get this unpacked. These NZXT boards are some very pretty looking boards. They're not the highest of qualities though. That's something you have to keep in mind. So we have 2 SATA cables, which we're not going to use. I am looking for NVMe screws. Got those. Got 3 of them. 2 Wi-Fi cables. 2 Wi-Fi antennas. Alright, so let's do some simple stuff first. Let's get our 990 installed. 990 installed. 2 terabytes. Plenty of storage for this. Nice fast media. We're going to put this in slot 1, which is that guy right there. And I'm not going to have to worry about that going forward. Alright, so always got to make sure we peel that. Let's grab one of our M.2 screws. Let's shoot in there. Come here, we're going to do our peel. And then simply put that in there and down. There is a good chance that I am going to have to flash this motherboard, so I really hope I can actually flash it. I'll have to look to see if there is a I do have a BIOS one. I just have to see if I can flash this without needing to have another CPU in there. All right, let's get this guy in here. Lower that. All right, we got ourselves our Ryzen 9 7950X. And we gently lower that in there. Down and done. Okay, let's set this off to the side. All right, let's take a look to see if this has a specialized mounting bracket that I need to worry about. That needs to go in the back of the motherboard. That. Got our fans. And we got a new hub. First time I've actually seen the NZXT hub. And we have our cooler. This doesn't look bad. All right, yeah. So we have a little LCD screen. All right, so we have this plate. This is an Intel plate, 100%. Warning: use the sleeve side. Use the sleeve side according to your AMD socket to prevent CPU damage. So this must be the one we're going to need to worry about. That's for the fans. This has got to be for Intel. That's got to be for Intel. Put that back in there. We're going to do something I don't usually do, which is verify. Yeah, so the AM5. So installing this on an AM5. Interesting. So these have 2 sides. I'll hold it up against this. Zoom in nice and close. So a little bit closer. So when we're looking at these with this NZX cooler, you can see. This NZXT cooler, you can see the top has the lines. This side up is AM5. This side down is AM4. So go back to here. So on this motherboard, we need to remove this. Okay, so how big is this? Yeah. So it's saying it says remove the stock AMD. Okay, I'm seeing what it's saying here. All right, so we're gonna remove this outside guy, and then should just be the regular. These guys. That comes off. It's gonna go right into the back plate. This is actually the first time I've used one of the NZXT coolers. So before we put that on, we have to take this, make sure we put it on the right way, and then that goes in like so. There we go. Yep, that's it. Same thing, make sure we have our lines up and thread it in. I'm gonna get a little bit more than finger tight there. Nice and tight, there we go. And then when the time comes for me to actually install the cooler, that's when I'll remove the plate, because for now I want to keep this protected. That is just thermal compound. I don't want to have it getting rubbed across everything. So height wise 60. Only place that this cooler can be mounted is on the top. So we're going to need to make sure we set this as a pull through setup, and it's going to be mounted like this at the top. So when we do this, set this like this. We're going to put the fans on here, pulling through, and the cables are going to come towards me. All right, set that off to the side, set this off to the side.
And we will work on getting these prepped here in just a minute. Next, we're going to work on all of the actual height stuff now. All right, so Height Y60 has a couple unique things about it. I've built in these, I think, 5 or 6 times now. So just making sure we got to keep things organized. A lot of glass. And the thing with the glass is the panels, like these front panels, are held in with screws at the top and the bottom. So they're a little bit annoying to get to. So once we have the back off, front panel needs to come off. Front panel's held on by 3 screws. I'm going to put all of these screws together that are coming off of the case, so that way they don't get mixed in with some of the other stuff that I'm going to end up doing here. So the person who owns this brought in a bunch of additional fans. So we're going to be replacing fans that are in the case already with like brand new fans. All right, so in this front little glass panel up here is actually held in with 4 screws. So we just got to be careful getting these out. And then that goes out. Set that down on our foam pad. Next thing I'm going to look at. So one of the main defining features of this case is that the GPU is not designed to fit into the motherboard in the standard format. It is a vertical mount. That's what this down here is. And one of the things we have to worry about when we're looking at some of these Radeon reference cards is how long they are. Because man, are they long sometimes. Like I'm trying to remember, was it the 7900 XT that I put in the gaming computer that I've been working on recently? It had less than a millimeter of clearance between the GPU and the front cooling fans, and it was so tight that I was worried that I wouldn't be able to physically fit it in there. You could barely fit a sheet of paper. So, look at this. Look at this. You can see this is where that glass starts, where that angle happens. There's actually not a lot of clearance here. There is maybe 2 millimeters vertically clearance between this edge and this edge. So, why I wanted to pull it out and verify. All right, so next, take the bottom panel off. Let's see here. All right, we're going to be replacing these fans with, we have 5 of the 140 millimeter fans. So we're going to basically ripping all the fans out of here and then getting them replaced with larger ones. So start down here with that process, because then once I have them in here, I don't have to worry about it again. This system is going to generate a little bit of heat, so having more airflow is always welcome. Let's undo that. Put that back there. So as per usual with my builds, we're going to be doing all of the fan cabling first, and then we are going to do, actually no, so it's system cabling, then fan cabling, then power cabling, in that order. All right. There's absolutely nothing wrong with these fans, Emily. They just want them replaced with RGB ones. What's the budget for this build? I'm not the one that purchased any of this stuff, but if I had to guess, this is probably 26 to 28.
Because we have like, I can do the math after I get done building it, because I need to get it done so they can pick it up today. But, I mean, we're talking Ryzen 9 with an NZXT board which has a full cover, and the NZXT boards aren't cheap. The 7900 XTX, like, is not a cheap card. Yeah, so I mean, overall, well, it's not. Yeah, it's not like the most expensive card. It's not a 4090. It is still a relatively expensive card. How much is the 7900 XTX right now? Yeah, so 7900 XTX is $1,000. So the video card by itself is $1,000. Like I said, if I had to guess, just without actually being the one that purchased all this stuff, I think we're going to be right between 26 and 2800. All right. Let's make sure we get our cables fed through here. We don't have to do that later. And then we can just go ahead, now that we have those installed, slot this back in. We're done with the bottom. Now, let's look at these other ones. So he was hoping to put a 140 millimeter back here, and I don't think we're going to have the space for it. I do believe that rear fan is for 120 only, which means he's going to have one extra fan, and that black one, I don't know if I'm going to leave it there or not. I haven't decided yet. But yeah, there's no way this will fit. This will not clear the IO shield. So 140 going over here. And then with this one, we're going to need that. But I am going to leave this here, because we want to have as much airflow as possible. This is going to be a top to bottom airflow. So there's a question. Which way do I want to mount these? I think we're going to do this like this, so we're pulling cool air in from outside as well. So we're not just getting dirty air from the bottom, we're also going to get air from the back. Because we can't front mount the CPU cooler on this, we're going to do everything we can to bring cool air in for it to keep the temperatures of this GPU in check, or CPU in check. So this one is going to be blowing directly onto the GPU. This one's going to be blowing directly onto the CPU. All right, rear fans in. Like I said, we're going to leave this one here. At some point in the future, he can probably return this fan and then just get the 120 millimeter version of that fan. Next, get the top off. Next, we're going to mount up our CPU cooler. So let's do a little bit of prep work with this. One of the things that I like doing is preparing the screws so that when it comes time, let's see if I can squeeze in here. No. So I like prepping the screws by screw and then washer. So I'm going to do that with all of the screws that are going to go in the top, and then we'll get this mounted. So that's the other thing that I'm going to add. Like, I'm trying to remember what I've done in the past. What I've had to do in the past is separate the fans and the actual radiator and put the radiator separate. So I think that's what I'm going to have to do on this one. So the radiator is going to go like up here. That's why I'm going to remove this. It's going to go in between
the fans and in between the fans and the actual radiator itself. This is why, like, I have a love-hate relationship with this case. I love the way that this case looks when it's fully built. I hate the, like, all of the individual, like, little things you got to do to get things lined up on it. Let's get this off of here. So, and then this is going to go like that, but in between these. So all of those screws and washers that I just put up there, completely unnecessary. So we'll get those repackaged up and put back in the cooler box. And then we're gonna gently drop that in. To loosen it and slide it that way just a little bit. And we're gonna see if now that that's moved up a little bit, we're gonna be able to continue to have that fan put back in there. Because if we can get that fan back in there, it's, like I said, with these kind of builds, I like having more cooling than less. So these all out of here. So let's lay this back down. All of those cables are going that way. This cable will come this way as well. Because once I have this, like, now that that's all lined up, if I need to get some more clearance to run the power cables, I can just undo the six screws on the top. And once I undo those 6 screws on the top, I can just lift the whole cooler out without having to undo the fan screws once again, because now the plate that's in between the fans and the radiator is located correctly. All right, so let's get everything lined up. This plate here, that is for the GPU. Shift this up one slot. So we will be putting that fan back in. Let's go ahead and open this box up, and we're gonna get all of these screws mounted up in here. Motherboard before we reinstall that fan, and then we'll put our memory in, and we'll get this cooler screwed down. All right, so this is motherboard. Thank you, Height, for telling me on the packaging, kind of see it there, the black lettering, what the screws are for, so I don't have to pull out a manual. So the bottom fan is intake, and these are intake. The all-in-one cooler is exhaust. Because heat rises, and because this is the only place we can put it, we need the air coming in and going up and out. Because if you were to pull in, you're going to create this pocket right here where this is pulling in. That might be exhausting, but heat is still wanting to go up, because that's just what heat does. Warm air rises, cool air sinks. So we're gonna bring it in from the back, the bottom, and the rear, and then accelerate it up and out across there. So even if it is a little bit warmer because of the GPU and eventually the power supply, which is on the back, which shouldn't be a huge issue, we're going to be hopefully bringing in enough air to evacuate anything warm out of it. Next, let's go ahead and reinstall this rear fan. Yeah, if this was a front mount all-in-one cooler or a rear mount all-in-one cooler, then it would be reversed. The fans would be doing pull across. But as a general rule of thumb, that's what I always do. I'm not going to say that is the end-all be-all answer to that, because it really depends on the rest of the cooling setup you have. And the power supply is going to be on the back of this case, so it's kind of a moot point on that. The power supply does not exhaust downwards. The fan on a power supply is an intake fan, not an exhaust fan. So when you have an exhaust, like when you have a power supply mounted on the bottom of a case, it's pulling air in, not pushing it out. Well, this is a Ryzen 9. All right, now our actual, and it's gonna go like that. It goes like that. Let's get that off of there. On, rotate. Just like so. No, the PSU doesn't exhaust. It exhausts like upwards. It exhausts out the back. Oh, when I open up the power supply here in a second, I'll kind of illustrate it to you. So the holes on the back of a power supply next to the power cord are where the exhaust happens for the airflow going in from the bottom. Done, done, done. All right. Now we're going to start doing a little bit of cable management. That is where we're at. I'm kind of walk you guys through my thought process here. So the cooler up top is going to all go into this controller, which should handle everything that needs to happen as far as controlling fan speed, RGB. So all of these are going to go into this. These guys, though, are going to be a problem because the fans themselves don't come with this connector to plug into a motherboard. So if he wants it plugged in, verify that, make sure I'm not talking crazy.
It's not the best choice.
So if he wants these plugged in, they have to be mounted, like they have to go into an NZX cam. All the fans will be hooked up, but they're not going to be RGB lit. All right, so both sides of this, magnet. You can see it, you just toss that right there. I can run this to the SATA power, which is going to be right here, and then to the actual SATA connector on the motherboard. But all of these are going to go into that. All right, let's get all of these cable bread ties off of here. One day I'm going to do some experiments on these cables, like all of them when they come right out of here, to see if there's like a small amount of heat that I can apply to these so that I can get the cables straight without having to feel like I'm running the potential risk of damaging it. Fell through. All right, so we have all of these guys. All of these guys are going to come out, and they're going to go into that RGB. Straighten these out because I'm a mild perfectionist. Any loops like this we want to get out, because otherwise when you pull on them, they kink. We don't want kinks in these cables. Not everyone like spends as much time on cable management as I do. There's not a negative to having bad cable management, unless that bad cable management causes airflow issues within the case. All right, so we're gonna do what we normally do. We're gonna turn these 6 cables into a single stacked cable. Again, we now have this one nice cable that comes off. Looks pretty neat. And not gonna be a rat's nest going everywhere. All right, we need to open up this other package that this came with, because we have 2 things in here we need to pay attention to. One, we have a USB header splitter, which are always nice, so we're not dealing with like taking up too many USB slots on the motherboard. And then these are for the 3 fans. This, SATA power. This goes into the actual cooler, and then this goes to the pump header. So let's get this cable in place. See which way is going to be the cleanest way to do this. I think it's going to be here. And we're going to go in between this RAM slot and this. And then the plug is on the top. So I'm going to stand this up. You guys can't see this in there now. If I wanted to do I could go straight over the top, but I'm not going to. This is going to go to I believe this is going to go to the pump, which is on one pump, which is right there. And then this cable I'm going to tuck, because everything's going to come right here. Figure out the best way to actually have this cable. Just flip this entirely over. There we go. Right there and right there. And this is a 79. It's a 7900 XTX by the. It's not the power color. It's just the SFS one. XFX. So that cable is going to go like that. And we're going to put as per usual. We're just going to put just a little zippy zip there. Keep it looking neat and tidy on the front, and we're just going to slide it back so that it is near the fan header connection, so it's less obvious and obnoxious. And then now what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to put, this is the standard height Y60. All right, now this guy is going to go here. It's G-scale facing the other direction. This is a Stormtrooper build if I've ever seen one. So we have the memory in there now. So, and as you can see, we have that nice little gap there. If he wants to put more memory in it, that's fine. This can just lift up. So if he wants to populate this fully, this cable is not zip tied to anything, he can just do that. And then that goes there. All right, let's flip this over now. We're gonna look at the back of this stuff. All right, there. Now, next, on this side, RM570. Now, someone was talking to someone about this a little bit before. On the bottom of the case, this would normally be facing down. This is your fan. The fan is pulling in, and then it exhausts through there. So when you have it sitting like this, air is pulled in, it cools the components in there, and then is exhausted like that. And then lastly, time to install our GPU and figure out where we're going to do our GPU cabling. Now, as per usual, we got to make sure there is a peel across this whole thing. So which way is going to be easier to go? That's that peel. There's not a peel there. There is a peel here. Get a corner started here. There's a peel in each fan. Just gonna get that off of there. I'm not sure why they put peels on fans, like on the center hub. I'm sure there's a technical reason, but I said I don't understand what it is. Like if it's already got a sticker, why are we putting a peel on it? But what'll happen is if you don't remove these peels, you'll be sitting there using it, and then the peels will come off and fall into another fan. Now, as far as getting power to this, there's a couple ways we can do it. I think without removing a fan on the bottom, we gotta add more cable combs. All right, so here's what I did. This cable has to stand up vertically, so what I did was I put a 24 on there, so we now have
4, 4, 4. Looks like a single cable going back here. And it can make that curve and still look pretty decent. Now, on to getting all of this actually plugged in. So that's the back. That's the front. All right. Make sure, yep, that fan is still spinning freely. These cables are still nice and good. Let's see if we have to flash the BIOS. 3, 2, 1. Small problem. My post lights are under here. We memory learned, and ladies and gentlemen, we have a booting PC. Hey, thanks for watching that video. If you liked that video, make sure you hit the like button. If you want to see more videos like this, make sure you hit the subscribe button. And I stream daily on Twitch at twitch.tv/SpecVengeance. And yeah, if you want to learn more about my services, check out Bradenton PC Repair.com. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. Gaming PC build. All right, so this is a mystery build, meaning I have no clue what is actually in this build. So we're gonna find out together. I have no idea how much this build cost, whether anything is compatible. Just had a person bring it in and said, hey, build it. All right, so we're starting off with Corsair RM850X, Aorus Z790 Pro. We have a 13700K, Samsung 970 EVO 2 terabytes. We have Trident Z DDR5. This is going to be 6400 CL32. We have a 4070 Super. And then for the cooler, we have an AK620 by Deepcool. Getting built in a Lee Land Cool. This might be a build for someone that we put this together for. I don't know. Anyways, so let's start with some simple stuff. We got our case, we got our cooler. We're gonna have to look at that cooler brackets to figure out what has to happen with that. And the 4070 is the last thing that's going to go in. The one thing I'm not noticing is Windows 10 or 11. So I'll just install Windows 11 and leave it unactivated. All right, let's start with the motherboard. Let's pull this guy out. Actually, I'm seeing I have some things on my desk that I want to get rid of real quick. Hey, thanks for checking out this video. If you like these videos, make sure you hit the like button. If you want to see more videos like this, hit the subscribe button. It really, really helps the channel. Have a good night, Emily. We'll see you tomorrow. All right. Yep, this is the exact board we were looking at last night. 100%. All right, so let's take a look at this board. We were like, I had a viewer hop in the chat last night asking me about problems with this motherboard he was having. So, but this is probably one of the best looking Aorus boards that I've seen in a long time. This all white, it just looks clean. Let's see what we got as accessories here. That is the tiniest speaker I've ever seen. That little dot right there is the speaker. So if there's anything we're going to need to install here, we have the Wi-Fi, which we will leave out and we'll attach to his case. We have a SATA cable, which we're not going to need because of this. This, what is this? Oh, it's a temperature probe. 2 temperature probes. And the little holder that holds the header cables, the front panel connector cables in. All right. So before we can start adding stuff to this, we're going to open up this box and we're going to take a look at this, because there's a very good chance. Hello. Pull this back down. We need to update those giveaway videos. Yeah, we need to update those giveaway videos 100%, so that they're actually explaining what's going on. I think I'll make that a little bit of a priority in the next couple days here. All right, so let's get this out of here. Right now, what I'm mainly concerned with is the actual mounting hardware for this, for the motherboard. Not necessarily the cooler itself, but we'll take a look at the cooler itself. This is quietly becoming one of my favorite coolers. It is a little bit chunky, but it can move a lot of temperature. It's very similar to the Noctua NHD. Was it 12? Isn't that what it is? The NHD 11 or 12. And I mean, like from the top, it's got a very good look to it. I really like this. All right, in here should be, crack it, install instructions, which in theory we shouldn't need, and then a splitter cable. Actually, we will take a look at this real quick. And the deep cool screwdriver. All right, so as far as this is concerned, that. Intel. It'd be nice if it told me which ones that were, actually needed here. So it looks like these are universal, so we'll need those. All right, so we are looking at which standoffs. So these are for that's the LGA. I'm going to use the deep cool thermal paste for this. All right, so positioning. It is the outside one. We'll just click those out. Grab our board. Line that up. And then, of course, I should have done this beforehand. Let's open this up. Just thread that on there. It's going to be tight with the way that this cooler is on here, or the VRM cooler. Like that is going to make it pretty tight for this cooler to actually fit. Go. But we should be good. So a tight little fit in there. All right.
Just a little bit tighter than finger tight. And then I'm going to go, should be 323 on these. It's going to be like that. Actually, it looks like it might be 2 to 2. 2, 2. Let's see if there's anything special. Nope. Alright, then at this point, we got these guys. And we are going to tighten these guys down. Oh, this thing is not wanting to line up 100% for me. There we go. Alright, same deal on this side. Alright, and then this is going to have to go like that. So we're going to have to check this memory to see if this memory is going to clear. And as per usual, we're going to populate 2 and 4, which is actually 2 and 2, but you know. All right, now let's see how we're doing for clearance. What's this? No. That's going to be tight. But what are you going to do? Not going to be able to see the RGB-ness. So let's go ahead and set this out of the way. And we are going to put this back in its box, which is in here. We need to make sure that we give this back to them, otherwise they will never be able to remove this CPU cooler without like a special tool. Ask me how I know. The last time that I didn't actually have that screwdriver and I didn't have my extension, I ended up having to remove the socket, actually remove the socket to get it out. So that was fun. Or not the socket, the rear bracket. I had to kind of cut it and replace it. Use counter drills and whatnot. All right. All right, now let's go ahead and install. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Yeah, how do I know? I ended up having to go buy tools to actually get it removed. Ridiculous. Unbelievable, and I should have realized it. All right, let's get this installed. It's interesting with this cooler, the fact that you have to, you know, install the CPU before you even put on the cooler brackets. That's a little bit of a no. Not a fan of that. Let's get this installed. All of our nice pins. Just fold that up. Fold that up. Comes out. Yes, the memory is fully clipped in. May not. It's just the tab. That's all. It's like it was just sitting at a little bit of an angle. But yeah, it's all the way in. Right, down. Down. Just go ahead and put that back in there. Like so. Fold that back down. Over. Over. That'll go in there. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the tip that I'm going to refund to you. This is the same CPU that I have. 13700K. I love this thing. It's a little bit hot, but it definitely gets the job done. Alright, and then secondarily, we're going to release this, get that out of there. And then same thing. Just going to build the whole motherboard portion of this as much as we can here out of the case. And when you're removing these, just make sure that you're only getting the, come on. You're only getting the peel, not taking the thermal pad with it. It's very easy to do, especially if a motherboard has been sitting in a warehouse for a long time. In, we have a toolless one, which is spring loaded. Ooh, very nice. Gigabyte stepping up in the world, and of course we have that peel, which we are going to go in there. Oh, all right, let's do the rest of these peels while we have this out here. One. And here's two. Got both peels done. All right. Yes. No, you're not supposed to put it on the CPU. You're supposed to put it in the socket. Get it right. All right, so off to the side. Let's take a look. This is my first time building in this case. Let's take a look at this. What do we have here? Lee & Lee Land Cool 216. Nice little breakdown. Look at that. That's how you ship connectors and screws. Comes with a GPU support. I have to figure out what this plate is actually for. No, it's actually a GPU support for some of the heavier GPUs, so that it actually screws into one of the motherboard standoffs and provides support. All right, so let's get a good look at this. All right. So it looks like this is one of the usual. Lots of thumb screws. All right, so we got the top off. Single screw there. That pops off the side. Give that a little bit of a lean. All right. I'm going to verify what I just said about this being a GPU support bracket. So this front panel comes off. No need to remove the bottom side panel while doing installation. Okay. Dust filters, PSU install. Well, Nintendo sues everybody. So it looks like there's going to be a fan header on the back, or a fan controller. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what it is. So that's for moving the standoffs. So this is for a fan. This is for a fan to mount here to provide additional airflow to the GPU. So it's right here. Interesting. It's for a 120 millimeter fan. There's even a slot on the back of this right here that allows you to run the fan cable to the inside of the case into the header on the motherboard. That's interesting. Yeah, it sits over this whole thing. Never seen anything like that. Obviously, we're not going to install it as soon as we have no extra fans. Next thing is the GPU anti-sag brackets. So the anti-sag bracket is actually going to go on these. It doesn't go on the outside ones. We're going to put the motherboard in, and then we just have to, we're going to have to use, there's some extended standoffs in there. And then we will, yeah, it'll allow it to stand up and actually support two, not one, two GPUs. All right, cool. So let's get this motherboard in here, and then we'll actually get that standoff in here. We'll open up this guy. Put that off to the side. We don't need that. We don't need that. We will need these. We will not need those. And then there's rubber grommets for multiple different things in here. We'll keep these out. We might need these. But this is kind of cool. They give you this little box with all these little inserts and dividers. So what happens when you buy like a higher end case. All right, and always, as always with these, whenever you're installing a motherboard, you want to make sure that you gently put it in there, that you're not putting it in there and just sliding. There's stuff on the back of the board, all of these capacitors. Like, if you rip any of these off, this whole thing isn't going to work. So we just got to be extra special careful. Line it up. You need to just like that. All right, and that should be lined up. So, first things first, we're going to actually install the bracket for this, the GPU anti-sag. So it comes with two extended standoffs, which, ooh, that is not gonna fit, is it? No, it will. It just barely fits.
this. Like how close this is. Come on, focus. Yeah, that's... It's one of those things where the tighter it gets, the harder it is to screw in. That's all the way in. And this is this one. And those are going to be nice and secure. And then you just use your regular motherboard screws to actually attach this thing, to make adjustments. And I will say this: this is barely higher than this motherboard is. This should go this way. And yeah, we'll have to actually attach this afterwards. It goes like that, so you can adjust it up and down. You can move it up, tighten it down, and it's good to go. And there are washers, which we're going to use. That is pushing directly against this. Interesting design. All right, let's get the rest of these standoffs installed, and then we'll start with our simple cable management on the back. Rotate. All right, screws installed for the motherboard standoffs. This plate, what is this plate for? Let's see if they explain what that plate is for. Well, that plate goes, it's a seal plate. This plate goes here to close off one of the front, in case you have a 240 versus a 360. This plate goes here to seal off airflow there. All right, let's give it a flip. Let's look at the back of this thing now. Now that we have our motherboard installed, and see what we got back here. All right, so we have two, again, let me just zoom out on this. So we have two 2.5 or 3.5 hard drive bays. Very nice cable management. Fan control module, and we have, this is the power and RGB for that.
if the fans were to actually possess that. All right. Go ahead and start working on cable management. It's interesting. These are metal, and there's screws holding them in. It's a nice way to permanently cable manage like stuff that doesn't physically come out of the case. You can add more to it, which is interesting. All right, so let's figure out where we're gonna put all of these cables while I try and log in. This person literally crashed a server. Like, actually crashed a server. It's great. Okay, so like I was saying, this is actually kind of nifty. So we can run any additional cables that we want to underneath there, and then use the actual Velcro and stuff on here to get it moved back around. All right, so let's get this flipped back over. Now, as far as these cables that are on the back, let's clip that. So our USB 3 will come through there. To there. Our USB-C is going to go to the same place. There. To there. Actually, let's go under. Let's go under. So we got that. That's... Don't I wish? Problem is I don't know anything about Linux, so I would be completely useless. That's gonna go there, that's gonna go there. So we have our front panel connector, which is gonna go right like that. And then our front audio connector is gonna go like that. All right, so let's flip this over. I understand why, like I was like a little bit like, why are these zip ties here, or these cable ties here? We can go like that. Like that. And as far as these are concerned, we will... I'm gonna do that. And like that. So we'll use the integrated stuff just to try and keep it looking just a little bit nicer. I'll put both sides of this underneath here. Yes, I can. And yes, I can. So there we go. So still not using any zip ties or anything, just that. All right, let's get this out of here. Nope, I used the power supply is typically the last thing I put in, because on a computer, like, your power supply, not only is it the heaviest object, but it's also the cable, like the cables you're going to want to have the most access to and most leeway with. Because if that fails, then instead of having to undo all of the bundles, they'll be right on the top. And also, if you need to run an additional cable or you swap your motherboard, you're not locked in with your zip ties here, like with where they are. So, and we'll kind of go over that. So let's look at this. We'll figure out where we're going to go with this, because we have SATA power, we have a fan header, and we have an RGB header. And these guys don't actually, these just go to the fans that are already in this computer. So right, but if you were to change your motherboard, the positioning of those cables might change. And by doing the power supply last, you have the ability to just move them around a little bit more freely. You'll see. Got rid of the bread tie and replaced it with like an actual, like, permanent cable tie. All right, so this cable It's a very interesting choice to put this on this side. Because, like, realistically, I would want this going a different direction. I wouldn't want this coming here. I would want this, what is this, temperature probe? Alright, we have RGB. This is going to a fan. Let's go underneath here. So it looks like none of these fans actually have RGB. Or at least not the rear one. Sure we have cable priority right. There we go. Alright. So let's figure out which fan header we're going to use and then which of these RGBs we're going to use. There's not one up there. Let's pull it back a little bit. So we do have one here that we can use. We might go to this instead. There is a controller, but it's not SATA controlled. It's just SATA power. Let's see. Yeah, so that'll go there. So then there's an RGB header there that we'll go to. This very gentle. Tuck these cables up underneath here and we are going to cut this zip tie for a third time. Do our little loop-de-loops. And there's that entire control board plugged in and cable managed. Alright, so next is the power supply, and then the CPU cooler, and then the video card, and then we install Windows. Power supply, 4 screws, power cable, 24 pin. We're gonna need both CPU powers, which this should have. PCB. Yep, there's the other one. And we're gonna need a single SATA. And then we're gonna look at this video card. I need to verify. Pretty sure this uses the standard adapter for this. Just want to verify that real quick. So yeah, this uses the 16. That guy, which is a single cable. Only requires 2, so we're only going to use one of these. That should be all the cables that we need for that. Okay, get all these cables ready to go. Alright, let's start with our CPU runs. CPU. We're going to use the cable management little things that this has. I mean, no reason not to. Do 1, do 2. And we're going to immediately underneath there. This is for hot swappable power supplies, I guess, if you want to constantly change what power supply you have. And then this is just going to come around like that. All right, next. It's just going to be this. Only thing that's going to actually be plugged into this at this point. We're just going to pull out one end of this. We're going to kind of fold this up. We're not going to need much. And that is just going to sit down in there. Actually, we might try and go like into this and then just come up and over just to make it a little bit cleaner. So that should work. All right, so that cable's going to go there and that cable's going to go there. Just grab our 24 pin, which we're going to actually bring in there. And that. That's going to come down to there. Let's put this in here. And there. Let's see how much of this cable we actually need. We might pull this back a little bit. Two. All right. let's pull these guys back. That'll come like that. That's gonna come like that. Let's see what that looks like. I want that. I want it right there. So that's where I want that coming in. And then this one, for now, until we add our display cable, display power, which is what we'll do next. All right. This will get a zip tie here. And then we will get one more zip tie here. I still get people who say that this is what I'm doing is incorrect. Using a single cable for this adapter, it's fine. It's actually fine. So this guy's gonna come through this more than likely. Back. That. Yeah, that should go towards the center there. Might have to make an adjustment on that. We'll find. Let's install the video card and we'll find out. Which process of installing the video card, we're also going to be installing these little sliding standoffs for the video card. All right, let's do some peels. A bunch of peels on this. Board partner card. That peel. And we have that use something. Get this peel off of here. Oh, that's not working. Normally I would use a fingernail, but I don't have access to my fingernails right now. Hurt. Grab it from the back here. Yay, gloves. All right. And of course, can't forget this one. And we can't forget that one. And that one. Yes. Next time I will just lick my fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. Let's see. It should be these two. Yeah. I put these cables in here backwards. Just realized that. I'm doing the exact same thing I did before, just, you know, visually in reverse. See? Can't even tell. Why is this cable not moving exactly? That's what, there we go. One. Two. There we go. All right. Let's line this up. Yep, that should be good. Yeah, all right, that's where we're going. So it is. Just gonna mark which one of these holes I'm gonna use. Let's do that. Right there. So I need to use this one. And actually, there's a washer option. I'll put a washer in there. Oh, great. Of course, the washers are non-magnetic. Still a little bit of leeway. I'll move that up just slightly. And then we're going to tighten that up. All right, all done. I don't know why, but for some odd reason it feels like this card doesn't want to sit down in the back. I don't know why. That's definitely like seating in there. I have the sneaking suspicion it's not sitting in there correctly. Like it's just not. I have no explanation as to why it's not hitting anything. All right, you know what we're gonna do? We are going to take. Let me take this out. Yeah. And I bought a much better one than I was using. I was pretty sure that this isn't actually doing anything. And here's what we're gonna do. Ugh. Terrible design. All right. We're gonna move this. If it doesn't fit back over here, then it's not fitting anywhere. You've got to be kidding me. Well, of course not. This is, unfortunately, I ran into the same kind of thing with the Miley and Lee. Let's see if this is actually going to be tall enough, because it might not clear this. It wouldn't clear this. Chances are it won't clear that. Not even a follow. terrible design for a GPU support. So will it clear it is the question. Yeah, it will. All right. We're just gonna move it from where they told me to put it to where I want to put it. Hopefully that'll fix our spacing woe as well. All right, there's that. Upside down. Trying to do it the sexy way, but no, that wasn't an option. Do it like this. Yeah, I don't like it, but I mean it's better than running like a GPU thing to the bottom of the case. There we go. That felt better. That was a positive, just a little positive click for me. And now we slide this up. Do that. And then going to make sure that is plugged in all the way. And venting over there. Yes. 100% make sure you don't do that. I want us to do that. So we're going to right. And I'll show you what we're going to do here, because we want to keep this cable, basically we want to keep this cable locked like this. So right there, what we're going to do is we're just going to take a zip tie, we're going to go around this like this. Oh, it needs to come down just a little bit. Like that. So there we go. So now that cable runs next to this. Just got to make sure we have, this isn't going like a direct 90, which it's not. Yeah, and then with gravity, it should, yeah, it should look okay. All right, GPU installed. Next, Power supply. Let's get all these cables plugged in. Let's start on the top here. All right, we got that one. That one. And these are going to come underneath. Plug into. Yeah, I can reattach those in there later. That's going to go there. And there. This one's going to go right in there. And this one's going to go right in there. And then we just slide it on down. Of course, I created a crossover event, which I didn't want to. You can see this isn't, that's not going to work. Oh, that's not going to work. So we're going to have to come in with a little bit different of an angle here. Alright, so like I said, a little bit different angle on this. That one's going to go there. This one going to go here. We're not going to be able to get all the way over to here, I don't think. Yeah, we are. Never mind. At least keep it looking consistent. What are you for? All right. Now, so that's like 90% of our cable management. Next, let's rotate this like so. CPU cooler. So, as always, remove before install. And like I said, we're going to use their thermal paste, seeing as it came with it. If I can find it now, there it is. These guys have a tendency to get hot on the bottom. All right, we're gonna need some squishage. Pull that out of there. And remember, this guy is going in
this way. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to run this cable around the inside. Actually, let me grab the splitter real quick. Get that cut off. Way too much. Yep. I didn't use the whole tube though. There's still a whole bunch more in there. This one, there you go. Now you can see how much I put on there. I am genuinely under the impression that when I put this on here, it's not going to clear this memory. I'm going to have to slide this fan up. Which is fine. Yeah, we're gonna slide this fan out. Just a little bit. Yeah, now we have a little bit of space underneath the memory. There are two. The other one's just floating off over to that side right now. Almost there. That. That. And we're going to tuck cables back there. Yeah, it's some people love them, some people hate them. I have a tendency to like them, but I prefer all-in-one coolers more. All right, that's it. That's everything that we needed to manage and worry about. Let's do our first power on. And then we'll clean this up, and then while we're spinning up Windows 11 on this, we'll run some hardware tests. Where is our power? I found it. Hey, thanks for watching that video. If you liked that video, make sure you hit the like button. If you want to see more videos like this, make sure you hit the subscribe button. And I stream daily on Twitch at twitch.tv/SpecVengeance. And yeah, if you want to learn more about my services, check out Bradenton PC Repair.com. Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you on the next one. All right. So here we have a computer build. Customer already started the build. I am just finishing the build. Get this broken down all the way. I do believe this is a Lee & Lee case, right? Yeah, this is a height, not a height. It's a Lee & Lee 011. All right. Yeah, we got a lot of work to do in here. Zoom out a little bit here. All right, so basically what we're going to do is we're going to take this down so it's just a video card, motherboard, and CPU cooler. And then we're going to install some fans and remove some stuff. So let's go ahead and get started on that. We got these top fans held in with zip ties. I love the Moxie here. Some proper cable management here. These like some of those fans just look like fans that the person just had sitting around so that they could have some actual cooling in there. All right, let's get this video card out. This is an RX 7900 XT. That's that off to the side. It needs to be cleaned. Definitely have some cable management to do over here. Get this rear plate off of here. Should probably take some, like a couple before photos here. So we can do a little before and after comparison. I mean, all things considered, it's not that bad. Hey, thanks for checking out this video. If you like these videos, make sure you hit the like button. If you want to see more videos like this, hit the subscribe button. It really, really helps the channel. I don't like this being the intake. And like, what do you do with all this? Well, I'll show you. Let's go ahead and get this off of here. Show you how we deal with this. And this person bought some of the Lee & Lee linked fans. So we're gonna go ahead and get those installed. Could have swore I just saw a damaged wire. Keep an eye out in case I was just hallucinating. So, cable management in a PC. How important is cable management actually? Cable management isn't super important unless you're actively undermining the cooling of your PC. Like if you have wires just like sitting in front of this radiator where the airflow has nowhere to go, then at that point, it's a huge problem. If you have it like they did, where they had all the wires over here, it's not really impeding airflow in any way, then at that point, cable management, not the most important things. It's more of just an aesthetic thing at that point. But overall, it's a nice to have, not a must have. All right, so where is this? This is the actual pump. This is one of the things I don't like about these MSI coolers. It's just that's like a personal thing. That's the actual pump. This cable here is just for RGB. So I'm going to undo that. Undo this. Because each of these fans has an RGB header that can be daisy chained. So when you're looking at these, you have an in and you have an out, which is this. And you can then take all of these things that are coming off of here, daisy chain them together so that you have only a single fan. coming off. Now, and this is an extension that was being used for all of these fans to control the header speed, which you don't, or to control the fan speed, which that's what you want to have that set up exactly as he did. So first off, let's get into the back here. Look at this back again. Let's figure out what we actually need, what we don't need. And it looks like he's got the right number of cables. He's using the hard drive rack correctly. Alright, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to pull the power supply. We're going to undo all the cables for the power supply. And then we're going to start from scratch. And by start from scratch, I mean we're just going to move these cables out of the way so that way we can run things a little bit nicer. Like I said, the cable management on this wasn't terrible, but there are things that I would do a little bit differently. But simple things when we're looking at cable management that can go a long way are things like isolating all of the inbuilt cables that are just in the computer that you can't remove because they're attached to something. So if you get them isolated together with these guys, and then you get them, because they're all plugged in currently, I didn't unplug any of them. I am going to unplug these SATA cables. I'll redo that a little bit. So if we're able to isolate these, then that means for the rest of the cable management we do, these guys are out of the way and I don't need to worry about them at all. And it's not like we don't know where these guys are going, because at this point they're already plugged in, they're already going to where they need to go. And we'll just use the cable management grommets that are already built into the back of this. Make sure these cables get laid down as much as they can. I think this zip tie is broken. Here we go. Alright, and now these guys, we're only going to use 3 zip ties for these. And then in the very end, just give it a little tug right there. So now we've isolated these cables. They are not going anywhere, and we don't have to worry about them getting in the way of any of the rest of the cabling that we're going to end up doing. Alright, so next, let's look at these fans, because this is going to be the thing that's going to take up probably a pretty solid amount. We have these SL120s. We're going to put 3 on the bottom, 3 on the top. This is the exact same setup that I have in mind. And this is where we hope that all of the screws that we're going to need are in these boxes. So let's take a second and get these boxes open. Just set these in here as I flip this over. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about right now is the clearance right there. And we need to get these guys out. But first, let's get these open. No screws whatsoever. Well, that's going to be fun. Just let me open up the rest of these boxes. It looks like this is the one that he opened. Let me see if there's any screws in those boxes. Because if there's no screws, we're going to have a very interesting time. Let's see if there's any screws in here, which I don't think there is. This is just the hub. It looks like instead of using a knife to open these, he just grabbed the center of the box and then ripped them open. Yeah, so all of the fans are missing this. He doesn't know where they are. I think I have enough to do this, but we're going to find out. All right, so this is going to go here. Let's get these out. Make sure we have plenty of clearance. Hey, look at that. These holes line up exactly. So this is going to be an intake down here, because we're going to pull cool air from here, and we're going to pump cool air out the bottom. We're going to use the principles of thermodynamics, or out the top. We're going to use the principles of thermodynamics. Like I said, this is where I hope I have enough. Before I start putting screws in stuff, I need to worry about these guys. This is the cable that connects all of these, and I just need to make sure that I'm putting it on the right side. So, once these fans are actually clicked together, we need to, there we go. Then it just goes like that. So, once that's connected, we can now
put this on here, and then we'll be able to run it through right there to get it connected to the fan hub. Kind of keep it out of the way. Now, here's the real question. How well will this clear up here? Because this is going to be super duper tight. No, it's pushing against these, but I do believe we can still get that in there, no problem. They're not magnetic. They click together. They have a little rail that they use. All right. This is a situation where we don't have any washers. So, surprisingly, just 2 screws is probably enough to hold this thing in, but we're going to put in a whole bunch more. As long as I don't go overboard and not have enough. Why don't you line up? Loosen these guys up a little bit so that they can move around. That's not screwing in. Just threading forever. 1, 2, 3. I'm just going to put 2 more down here. And this, we'll say that that's good enough. These guys aren't going anywhere. I can move the whole case with this. Let's get these cable ties cut off. So actually, let's go a little bit different. Right here. All right, so let's put these guys together. So I guess I'll show you this, seeing as Mr. Big there in the chat was thinking these are magnetic. They're not quite magnetic, they're close. They have little rail marks on them. You can see they go there and there. You just line them up like so, and then they slide together, and then they're now held together. And then you can do, I think it's up to 4 per group. And then lastly, we need one of these guys, which goes on the end like so, and it's locked in. So when we're doing this, we got to figure out which way we're going to go with this. We're going to probably route the cables for this. We're going to try and come this way and come in over here. We have to be careful because of these hoses. There's no real good way of doing this. Actually, before I run out of space to actually put my hands in there, let's get this done and that done. It can, for sure. I agree. Make sure before you put them in there, you take your fan cables and you untwist them so that they're a little bit straighter. They're going to naturally want to twist back up, but you know, it's no big deal. And we're going to go right there with them. So now I can pull them back through once I have them in place, and I don't have to worry about fighting with where they are going. And remember, like I said, we're going to be putting a little bit of undue pressure on these. Shouldn't be anything major. And go ahead, stand that up. Make sure our cables here aren't getting pinched. And we just have to get to right there. And we'll try and pull it as far as we can this way, so we're not putting, we're not putting super amounts of pressure over here. This is the alternative to using washers, using very, very, very large fan holders. So now I can literally move this whole case around with just these fans. I'm using my 4 big guys. I only have 4 of these. All right, so immediately we're saying we have a problem over here. So when we're looking at this, so what I'm saying is, like, basically over here we have a situation where I physically can't get the screws in. So all we need to do is come down the line, just loosen these just a couple turns, and then we're just going to boop. This is why you don't take your, like, if you're gonna have someone else build your computer, just try and leave everything in the box. Feel free to take a look at it. If you want to give it a try yourself, that's great. I always encourage that, but just make sure that you pay attention to what you're taking out of the boxes, so that way, like, if you end up in a situation where you're taking it to a shop that doesn't necessarily have as much spare stuff as like I do, you're not going to be in a situation where the guy's like, well, your computer would be ready if I didn't have to order screws. So thankfully,
he found it, and thankfully I had some spares. So overall, should be able to get this build done. Now normally I advocate for populating every single one of these guys. And in this situation, because of not only the limited quantity of the screws that I'm looking at, but also because they're just fans, it's not an actual radiator, we can use just a little bit less. All right, so those are all in there now. And next we're gonna work on the radiator. Just did that wrong. I think this one in there. And we're gonna get all these fans put back on the radiator. All right, let's get these guys put away. So, nice and secure. Get this laid back down. Should not pinching anything. And as you can see, like up top here, you really can't see these cables. Down here, we can see the cables a little bit, but what I will do is I will put a zip tie on this right about here. So we end up in a situation where the stuff is pretty much hidden. All right, next, let's talk about these rear fans for the radiator back here. So the way he had them in here originally is perfectly fine. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Only thing that I'm doing is taking them, and when he put them in originally, we had the fan cables coming off in this direction. I am just going to have the fan cables coming off in this direction and then going behind that. Only thing that's slightly annoying to look at with that is now all of the MSI logos are going to be upside down. But for the sake of looking neat for cable management, I think that's a sacrifice that I'm willing to make. And again, we're going to make sure we're cutting off all of these cable ties so we don't have to worry about them later. So same as before. Like with these, I highly recommend using all of the screws. For the initial setup here, I'm going to only be using 2, and then we'll get the rest of them in there. And we're not going to tighten them down all the way. That way, to get all of the fans in there, it'll be pretty simple and straightforward. We still have movement, so if I need to move cables, we're good. And then we'll show you how we're going to manage all these cables in the back, and how we're going to daisy chain all of these together, so not only this, but each of the fans is going to match that colorway. Yeah, those LCD fans can be quite expensive. I like them. Like I watched a few videos on them. They're quite nice. And again, remember, we need to get all of these twists out of these. All right, same as before. To undo some of these. Final fan. This guy's routed through here. And through there. All right, well, let's tighten all these down, and then we'll get the rest of these screws put in here, and then this is good to go. All right, so this is basically everything we're going to worry about for the front at this point. So let's get all these fans wired together now. When we get to the back here, we're just going to have oodles and oodles of cables. How did that happen? We have this, and then we have each of these fan cables, so we'll pull these off this way. So one of these is for the pump, which I believe is that one, so that one needs to stay separate. And then we have fan, 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 and then we have our other Lee and Lee little cable group down here. So let's first off, let's move that out the way, and then we'll do that. All right, so this is set up so that instead of having to daisy chain fans, you can just plug in each one of these groups. So these cables go in and like that, and then there, and right there. Make sure that when you get them in there, you actually get them in there. This off of here. We're gonna need SATA power for this, which this SATA power is gonna go in right there. The other one is a signal, which I don't remember seeing the cable for it. And we're gonna do one of the most underutilized things when it comes to building a computer, which is, we're going to read instructions real quick. All of the books are missing. Just got to see. We'll probably just end up going to the website, quickly reading. I know that. This isn't what I need. Yep, the other thing that I can't remember, because it's been a while since I've used the Lee and Lee fans, if that other cable is required. Because that other cable, when we're looking at the bottom here, we have our SATA, we have our USB cable, we have our SATA power, and then we have this other cable. And I just need to verify that that is not required. Yeah, so that other thing is a 5-volt RGB. So that's what that cable is, and I do not see it here. Oh, I take it back. I found it. Haha. So here's the awesome thing about this cable, and like one of the big things about this is this cable. We have our 5-volt RGB, so as long as the motherboard header has this, we can sync all of the fans together with basically a single cable. So, and then this goes to the fan, so it actually gives feedback to the system about what is actually happening as far as the fan speed of these things. All right, let me grab this. So what we're going to do is we're going to end up putting this is where our power supply goes. We have to remember that. So we verify how far in this guy goes. Make sure we are going to clear it. So as far as clearance is concerned, should be able to go right. Put this the right way. I will not be able to clear that there, so this is going to have to go up. Because we have actually, will all of this fit? No. So we don't have enough height here to clear underneath that. So we're going to have to improvise, which means more than likely we're going to go. There's not really a huge amount of space here, or do something interesting and go like that. Specifically, we can go just like that, right there, and keep it somewhat unobtrusive and out the way. We're going to plug in both, so we're going to give them the option of using the motherboard connect, or give them the option of using the L3 connect. And personally, I've had a lot of problems with the L3 connect. It's not the best. But they're a hardware company, not a software company, so I kind of give them a break. All right, now let's get these neatened up. We're going to use these existing bundles to the zip tie to. That way we're not adding more things to these grommets or having to undo what we did. So I'm going to do 2 zip ties. We're going to do one there. I'm going to do one with my tweezers. Slide this in, like, make sure we actually grab the cable that we want. Before I do this, yeah, I'm gonna do it up here. So that way it's going the right direction. I can't do this. I can't do things the wrong way. So we're gonna unplug that. We're gonna unplug. Come on. The joys of trying to release cables near adhesive while wearing gloves. Alright. Well, what I'm doing will make sense in a second. Now let's cut that. And we're going to have this go through here with the rest of these cables. Look at that. Much, much cleaner. And same deal. We will bring this around this way. So, like I said, do that. That looks pretty good coming up that way. And we'll do the same thing on this side. The thing we're going to do a little bit differently. Set that off to the side. So this will come here. This will. This is going to be tight. We need to verify distances here. This might not actually reach with the way I just set this up. Yeah, that'll reach. Cool. We know where we're going with this, so we can take this out now. All right, let me do that. I'm still gonna go there.
And get all of these
Well, I'm back now. So
untangled. So this one is going to be staying back here. This one is actually going to go like this way because we're going to use the power that's coming off of these to help power this. So that'll go one way. All of these guys are going to get zip tied together into 2 zip ties on here. So you can see right now this cable here is tight, so I don't want to pull on it too much. So that is what's going to be our pivot point for the rest of the cable management for these fans, because you don't want to put too much tension on these cables. They're not structural. They're not designed to be load bearing or anything like that. All right, we got that. And again, we're going to come down here. We're going to use this already existing cable bundle we have going on here. Pull this back a little bit. Over-undered. And one more. Right there. And then now these cables can go... Oops. No, if you do it right. And you don't mess it up like I just did. Alright. So now we have these cables coming off of here. And this is the only one that's a little bit messy. But once we have these 2 hard drives plugged back in, you'll see what we'll do. We'll manage that up quite nicely. Now, let's see how close we are on these guys. Get that put down here. And we're going to flip this over and we're going to take a look. Because obviously these cables are probably going to have to get pulled back. Let's flippity flip. And here are our cables. We have a USB header right here. And question is, do we have any 3-pin? We only have one, and it's all the way up there. Nope, it's right there. That's what I thought. So, and then this cable's just gonna go. I can do this. There we go. All right, so that's in there now. And you can see the bottom is quite nice. You only have a few cables sticking out here. Make sure that's down there. And that's our whole bundle down there. So let's get these out of the way. This out the way. And again, we have one more all the way up at the top, which we're going to use. And that's going to involve this daisy chain. Now, I guess let's start on that now, because this guy is ready to go. And again, this is coming off of the pump. Come straight across there. Let's see how close we are. We got to get to right here, which I have plenty of room to do so. This is just going right gently on there. Now, this is this cable, so we're going to just do a little bit of management. There's not really much we can do with this, but we'll see what we do with that, because we're going to end up probably attaching 2 additional cables to this. So the 2 additional cables we are going to attach going to be this cable right here, plus the actual pump cable, and then we're going to just toss a zip tie on that front. These 2 cables. So this is the actual pump going right there, and this is the actual CPU fan. So the pump is behind this, and then after that, all of these fans are going to be controlled by that single CPU fan header. We'll get everything put in there. All right, and there we go. 1, 2, 3. Now, this is where we really have to get creative with the cable management, because we have these cables are the length they are. They're never going to be shorter, never going to be longer. These are the cables that we're worrying about managing. We're going to move that out the way. Oh. And we just need to make sure that they all reach generally the same place. So, let's tie that in. These cables turned into basically a single cable. So we put a zip tie there. We give everything just a gentle little
pull to make sure we have the cables nice and taut. Again, you want to make sure that we are flattening these cables as much as we can.
There, we got two
Alright, so
Harrier
we
jets
now have
outside
all
right
three of
now.
These cables coming through one little thing.
They are vertical takeoff and landing point.
We're going to have 3 different lengths of cables. We should have one short. And one long. Why is this 3 pins? What did I mess up here? Oh, I see what I did. Alright, undo. That's unfortunate. Again, like if you're not super into doing what I'm doing right now, this will not affect this computer's performance in any way. Especially considering that once I get done, there's going to be a panel sitting over this. But for the amount of money that's being spent on this computer build, I want to make sure that it looks good for the customer. And it's not the money that I spent, it's the money that they spent. So there's that cable done. So now, once we have this done, look at that. It just goes down there like that. It looks nice and neat and tidy. Now, this guy. We're gonna need some electrical tape. I really need to print more of these. I actually 3D print little holders for these guys so that when they go together, it actually clips over the top of this and then won't release. But I don't have any currently. Just need to get into the habit of printing them regularly. So what I do alternatively, don't use painter's tape. There's that. Just take some tape, go right over the center, and then we give it a cut in both directions. And while yes, it can still come apart, it's just significantly more difficult. Alright, from there, grab the next one. So now that we've done this daisy chain like this, all of the fans, including the Lee & Lee fans, can be controlled by the motherboard software, and everything will end up syncing. If the person who owns this doesn't want to do that, they want to use individual softwares, they will still be able to do that.
When they're coming in for landing, they turn their engines down.
All right, now
so that they
let's
can
get
literally
this
take off and land
cluster
like that.
of cables.
So what they were doing is they were getting over our building and then they were
of
slowing down.
cables.
And then the engines are literally pointing
do
straight
that
down. Because
first.
you walk outside, like
This
you
is
could
going
feel
to-
the air draft from them. They weren't that high up. They were probably maybe 30, 40 feet above us.
Massage this gently to get this
The airport's
looking
a mile
fine.
that way.
Get that out of the way so I don't accidentally.
I understand,
zip tie
but
that.
like for a plane being that low is almost illegal. Especially
all of
over
those
residential.
wires are now
The
coming
planes
to
that fly
one
over your
place.
house are 200-300 feet up.
And if I want to, I could even
All
go
right,
under
I'm
there,
gonna
but I'm
have
not going to.
have some lunch here.
So there we go.
Hi, everybody.
You take a picture to show them?
I took a video. I'll post it on Discord. Thank you for following. I'm going to post up a video on Discord for what was just flying overhead of our building. So freaking loud. What's going on, Lee?
they be landing in our airport?
Huh? They're using it as a halfway point. They're going down to an airbase that's south of us, and this is like it's just on the way.
Imagine training and being a pilot sitting in one.
You know why I couldn't be a fighter pilot? I'm too tall. Because I'm too tall for an ejection seat. My head sits above an ejection seat. And not that I was actively trying to do that,
Yeah.
but still, like, it makes me sad. I would have loved to fly fighter jets. Man, Harrier jets, those things are getting old. Those are from the 70s.
Big vertical flyers in the 70s?
Yeah. No. Nothing like that, Master. All right.
Tuna fish.
Huh?
I hope it's tuna fish.
Angela, I'm not a goddamn dumbass. I know it's Lent. I know it's Friday. Not a bad Catholic.
You had to remind me to ask Lindsay, like, if I didn't remember.
I asked you if it actually was, because I wasn't sure if it actually was. That was my problem, Mama.
Order paper towel and toilet paper.
I already ordered paper towel.
Okay.
Didn't order toilet paper yet.
Heavy on the onions? Ooh,
Huh?
I said, is it heavy on the onions?
No. No onions.
Sure smells like.
Don't know. Sort of. What?
I thought you was this.
Nope.
So that laptop you left on me is done. Every time when I was growing up, that the banks always closed at 3 o'clock. That was their end of the day.
That's interesting.
But they were open until. No, they didn't even open after that. Everybody that worked late. You had to come the next day, and they weren't open on Saturdays. 3 o'clock.
Yep. We'll have one company to get our news from, and that's it. They won't. They don't care. The people that are buying it are very large current government positive. Yes, I do that all the time. Like never putting like parentheses, not parentheses, the semicolon at the end of stuff. You need a signature?
I just need a name.
Chris?
I appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, I'm doing.
You too. I've been back for almost an hour, Emily. All right, Emily. All right, All right, let's call this dude. Do a little bit of PC stuff, I guess. Gotta order them parts too. Hey, is this James? Hey, it's Chris over at the computer shop. So I spent a couple days trying to get data off of that drive. I can't pull anything off of that other drive. It's just dead. So the computer, basically, you're just gonna owe me 35 because I wasn't able to do anything that you hadn't already done. Okay. All right, so you come down, pick it up when F's. 5:30. Alrighty. Yep, have a good one. All right. No, Lee, because it's not like a super high priority. Yeah, I know. Like the whole reason I actually agreed to go home today was that guy was to get this check. Here you go, Mom. I gotta do the toilet paper separate. So when we actually get low.
Okay.
Because the toilet paper is still strangely expensive. Melinda got into her new office today.
Oh, I didn't know she was.
Yeah, she's been working with the doctors just out in the hallways, and she's like, "Look, we just need a place for us to like close the door, dictate notes, and call patients and stuff." And they're like, "Okay." So they moved in today. On the way back home, I stopped and bought 3 succulents and took them over to her. I thought it was cute.
She'll have somebody to take care of them.
Huh?
She'll have somebody to take care of them.
Her?
Plants.
Her.
She
Her.
is.
It's her responsibility. I gave them to her. Whether they live a week or a year, it's the thought.
Okay.
She was already in the I'm gonna use the pots as pen holders. So I was like, thanks, babe.
Put the plants in big cups in the canteen.
Yeah, the bonsai tree would last about a day in the office, unfortunately, Master. Before, like, she would just touch it wrong and it would just incinerate itself. All right, let's... What was that for? Did something pop up? Ah.
I have a question.
Uh-huh.
With what you fixed for my computer this morning,
Uh-huh.
will that improve the picture on my?
You'll have two different screens now.
Yeah, well, the one, the monitor, the picture when it was doing whatever it did, it looked like it was being painted. You know what I mean? You see,
No, I
picture
don't.
painted and you can see where the different lines are.
I don't know, Mom. Honestly, I don't know what you mean.
It wasn't pixely. I was looking at a storybook.
Here you go.
Oh, good.
All right, let me get these parts ordered for this lady. Get this all pink build going.
everything pink, huh?
What?
You colored everything pink?
As much as I could. Are you in chat, Tech? Yes, Emily. Hello? I am, yes. What's that? Yeah, you're talking about your office. Okay, 2 seconds. Okay, hold on. I gotta set the phone down real quick. I gotta grab the authenticator. Can I sign in as you with this? Are you gonna get the authenticator code though? Canceled versus canceled. I don't know. One of those is wrong. One of those is right. Yep, Emily, I am. Have a good night, Em. Oh, thank you, Tech. For some odd reason, this link did not stick. We have 12 of them at SRQ right now. They were flying over and shaking my walls.
Really, groups of 6.
Huh?
They fly over groups of 6.
No. That was just like that's what that constant sound you were hearing was.
Oh, 12 of them back to back.
Yeah. Man, memory. What is going on? They are high shoes. All right, we got ourselves memory. All right, let's do it. Parts ordered. All right, parts are ordered. You said that laptop's done, Angela? No, look at it. Only got all the drivers installed. You know, I just realized is missing. I ordered that glue and it still hasn't arrived. It says delivered today.
Mailbox.
It said it was delivered with the paper towel. Give me some box. There's that one and there's one more. Hello.
Hello.
They're right up there.
Okay.
Oh, yep, it's in this box. I'm just blind. Can I help you with? What was in here? All right, give me a second. I gotta print out your paperwork because I gotta update it. Yeah, so I ended up just doing nothing, you know, because there's nothing for me to do because I couldn't do anything else. That drive is dead. All right, 35. Let's tap that here. Good. Let me see on that. And thankfully, HP doesn't use those drive. The manufacturer was Intel, and there was a specific technology called Optane, supposed to make things faster. Number of dead Optane drives I have sitting back there is one. Okay, so you should be solid. Have a good one. All right, let's see if this. Let's see how this stuff holds up. Same stuff as last time. Come on, hands. Let's try this print again. Oh, that sucks. Perfect. Good luck. That's what I'm actively doing, trying the print again. Hey, this is Chris over Bradenton PC Repair. Your computer's ready. Yep. Print out the paperwork for me. 29.
post out 11?
What?
Did you post out 11?
No. $11?
Yeah, James Watts.
Oh, yeah, it closed out. No more.
Oh. One paper says 11 and the back paper says 7.
I know that was my fault.
Okay. But you'll have to figure out how to get.
What?
I'll have to figure out how to get 7 out of the green because
I took care of it. All done.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, did he? Getting ready to run this manifest for the first time. I don't think it's probably your filament being too wet. That's what happened with mine. Yeah, that's what I've been dealing with. I mean, look, Tech, you've never personally got anything wet. Circumstances around you have caused things to get wet. So that's why I keep trying to dry out this filament that I have, and it just isn't working. Glad I can help. What about it, Master? Right, but that's about what they've been. What's the rice bucket thing? Huh. Never heard of it. Thank you for the video, though.
This is officially the best video stabilization I've ever seen in a smartphone. So as long as you turn on this S26 Ultra's horizon lock right there and hit record, you can have the least steady hands in the world. You can go completely sideways. You can go totally upside down. As long as you come right back to where you started and hit that stop button and watch our clip back, it's basically erased any imperfections and kept the horizon locked. You couldn't tell I was upside down at all. That's actually kind of insane. Look at this. If that works, that's gonna be insane. Any imperfections and kept the horizon locked. You couldn't tell I was upside down at all. That's actually kind of insane. Look at this. If that works, that's gonna be insane. Oh, it actually worked.
Wait, it actually worked. That's crazy.
You got some stuff on the build plate. That's funny. All right, man.
What are you? That is an AI video. Everything about it is AI. It's all fake.
So I can't watch.
You should not watch it because it is all fake.
It's a movie.
It's not. It's all fake. It is generated by AI. All of these things were all generated by AI. You are going down a rabbit hole that you can never get out of. You're going to fuck with your algorithm so bad that all you're going to get fed is fake stuff and it's all going to be lies. Stop what you're doing. You need to be able to tell the difference between what's real and what's AI. because otherwise what can happen is because there's so much content of me, someone can make an AI version of me, send you a video, and you try and send them money. You need to learn. You don't understand what's so dangerous about this, do you?
I watched an audio video at home last night. That was AI?
More than likely, if it looked like that, yeah.
It was created by an AI. It was written by an AI, meaning that none of it was done by a person. So it was probably false.
Well, those stories I read in the book are false.
Sure, but it's not the fiction stuff that you're reading that's the problem.
It's like,
It's when they start
Oh.
saying, it's like, hey, this is news. Like, hey, this is what's happening right now. You really got to pay attention to it. You really, really do. It's something you got to be aware of. It's the thing now. I will send you a video that you should watch that kind of goes through things to look out for.
and that was such a good story. It's like, man, I could listen to this all day.
That's the idea. The biggest thing that's that's a giveaway is when like no shot is longer than 10 seconds long. No, it gets very easy to tell once you think about it. As you're watching those, no shot is ever more than 10 seconds. So as you're watching the whole thing, it's clip, 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 clip. It's
So I start watching video and pull up my
environment from different.
no, you know how long 10 seconds is. Like you just do. Because there's a guy in our chat right now named Poorly who can generate a video of me doing stuff and send it to you and be like, hey, send me money. And it looks like it's me. I sent you an email.
Hi, Mom.
It's a 20-minute video.
AI videos hitting the internet recently. There's a comment at the top of every one of these videos. My parents are cooked. My grandparents are cooked. I'm seeing.
Watch that video I sent you. Yeah, but it starts losing cohesion after a certain amount of time still.
Let's start with something simple.
Why can Japanese?
What?
Why is it in Japanese?
What do you mean, why is it in Japanese?
You changed your subtitles.
I just clicked on the word. It said English before.
So you got that far into the video with the wrong subtitles?
It just kept going
Right.
fast.
And it was just, it still had the wrong subtitles and you didn't say anything. You were 10 minutes into the video. Just watch the video.
I watched it once before.
When?
I recognize the film. I recognize it.
Angela, these guys put out videos every week.
Yeah, I saw it.
When? How?
I don't know. Is it your house?
I've never shown you this video.
talking too fast. I can't walk the words. I don't know if it was at your house or wherever, but I've seen these two before.
Yes, Angela, they're in every video. That's like saying I've seen this episode of Roseanne because Roseanne is in it. Do you understand?
Paper towel on your desk?
I do.
I want to take this box home.
For the cats.
Nope. I have all these boxes in my shed I gotta break down. So I'll put them out to garbage. And I don't have big boxes, they're all small. So this will work out just fine.
Thank you.
Who gave you this cool green knife?
He's not here right now.
Ah, shucks. He missed it.
This is Chris. Yeah, it sounds like there might have been like a problem with the login system of Windows. I can do a diagnostic on it. Diagnostic is 35, and then try and figure out what's going on with it. Yes, I'm just located just south of Ghetto Toyota on 41. Yeah, I'm here till 5:30. Yep, have a good one. All right. What is that even, Master? You're not late. You're here exactly when you're supposed to be. What was that, Mr. Poorly? This thing hasn't been working right today as far as the chat is concerned. Yeah, because it says you asked a question. The B570 will run circles around it. Yeah, we're printing parts. Yeah, that's what happens when you vibe code driver updates. Where's the SQL instructions? What the heck? Oh man, like this, like what I've been doing all day, it's taking me back to like when Naz and I used to spend all day coding. That's all I've been doing all day is coding. I feel like I'm not getting anything accomplished, but like
You're finishing websites.
no, I'm not finishing websites. I'm that whole upgrade system that I was talking to you about. That. Like I built a thing. Look at your screens.
What?
Look at your screens. So I built this today with a whole little system here. I can manage my versions. I can add sites. Can see what's going on. Releases. Manage users. Me?
Oh.
Yeah, so I built all this today. So we're starting. And now I'm just...
Just for you to see.
But that's also the reference site. So all of these other websites have to
What are
check
the websites?
every website I've ever made.
All clients.
Every client has to call back to this website. And it's figuring out the process of that right now. That's what I'm doing. Because when we first built this system, it was designed so it could be modular and we could just add on what we need. That we never followed a set of rules.
Oh, for adding on?
For adding on. So we would just do what we knew how to do in the moment. So the original, like, if I look at the Last 7 Studios website and I look at Live Well DPC, one was built 10 years ago. One was built last year. The way that code works, completely different. Because one was written entirely by Nez, and then I went in and I made it do stuff. And this new one, I entirely did. But it's still based on the same systems. So...
You don't have to do coding one, do you?
yes, every single website. To bring it up to standard so they're all the same. And if something, like, as I release updates, now in the back end of the website, the client will get a pop-up message that says, hey, Chris has an update for your website. It's going to take this many hours. Be prepared for this. So then I can justify me charging people monthly. Because not only is the site going to be more secure and up to date, I can build features and just have them there. And like my brain is also thinking about setting it up so that I can turn features on and off remotely for people. So if someone's like, hey, I want to start using a blog. All right, cool. I press a button, blog turns itself on automatically. Adds itself to the navigation to the website.
Don't you have to build a blog first?
No, I'm going to already have it built. And it'll already be in the code base. It just won't be turned on. Yeah. I don't know. I'm still thinking about that part because like I don't want it to be scummy where it's like if you pay more, you get this. If you pay more, because you're getting my whole system regardless. But I just want to keep it less confusing for people. So when you log in, there's like 30 things over in that left sidebar. Yeah, I think this thing just... yeah, this is a huge undertaking. But it'll make my life easier for like everything. I'm going to be building in new tools into the back end of everyone's websites. so we can track page ranks of individual pages. Put a page up there I can track from month to month and see exactly what it's doing.
Didn't your brain fizzle out?
No. I think we've had 2 walk-ins.
I got 5.
5. We've had 5 walk-ins.
Only 3 phone calls.
Yeah, this Windows account is toast. But what I can do, I was able to get the account loaded so I can run Fav's auto backup on it, at least to get all this guy's files. Which is awesome! I know what the problem is, though. Hello.
I am too nice.
Bro is putting everything in the wrong directory. I'm about to run out of filament. How much is blue is left on that spool up top, Mom?
And it's it. Oh.
Can you see any black?
Nope.
All right, so it's still got a little bit to go.
Enough on the sides. Now what you thinking?
It's more parts of this thing. This is William. Hey, this is Chris over at Bradenton PC Repair. So there's another user on the computer that's Octave. Okay, so there's like a whole bunch of files in there. Do I need to save any of that stuff? Like there's like almost 100 gigs worth of stuff. It looks like it's all pictures. Yeah, it's all pictures, and it's in OneDrive. So the question is if she has an active OneDrive that she's paying for. All right, I'm gonna grab just that picture folder, because like you have a secondary drive on the computer, which is a data drive that is not being used at all, and that's a terabyte drive. Like the problem that happened is that you don't have enough room to start Windows. That's what's going on here. So I'm going to move that 100 gigs over to that data drive and then delete it from the other account. And then I'm going to reinstall Windows over top of itself so you don't lose all of your Adobe software. Sorry. So yeah, I'll back that folder up. Yeah. All right. Yep, you have a good one.
Moving on. The best source is Honda. Sorry for my.
I just deleted 80 gigs. How in the world?
you have, how many screws you have ahead of you, and how big your files are. So let me get your technician to be more specific.
This is Chris. If you bring it in tomorrow, because I'm closing in 4 minutes, I'll probably have it done, let's say, by Monday. I'm 41, yeah, and I'm only open till 3 tomorrow. I get here around 9. Alrighty. Have a good one.
What is taking up all the space? It is going back up.
Oh man. Yeah, glue.
I'll go check the mail and then I'll leave.
I'm parked out front too.
Oh, that's right.
Just give me a minute. Yeah, there's a huge storm coming in, so hold on, before you do that, this is what was happening. See, it's the actually damaging the countertop. So that's why I said and just so you know, the farther down you go, the easier the system is. So the amount of effort it takes to lift here versus here.
Yeah, no, I'll be in the morning.
What time are you getting done with August on Sunday? Oh, I remember that case. That case was legendary back in the day. Hold on, okay?
Okay.
All right, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. I will probably stream tonight. I'm gonna keep working on this code stuff. I'm feeling like a rhythm and stuff I haven't felt in quite a while with this, so definitely looking forward to this. So I will talk to y'all later. Everyone, if I have a good night, if I don't see you, we'll see you in a bit if I do.